Okay, I think we're good. Just good. Oh, that needs to be hidden. To me. There's always one little thing. That's fine. Okay. We got that going. Not that one. Need this. Very quick. At some point I gotta fix the jiggle, but okay, I think we're good. Yeah, we're good now. Hello and welcome everybody to another Swampcraft. Another mini painting and chill. I am debating today on two projects. I'm thinking about continuing the Norm Emissary that I've done the past couple streams. And I do want to continue him. But I also I should technically be working on my friend's Chaos Marines. This is the same friend that I want to be doing kill team with and all that stuff, and these are his Marines. So I think I should continue with these guys. The last time I finished off, I was doing all the gold trim that is on these guys. And I think, yeah, that's the move. As much as I was going to keep the cape black, I think I'll do that in a different color. Maybe I'll make that one like red or something for corn, blue. Maybe I'll base off one of the Chaos Gods. That's what I'm thinking. I also could do skin color. Like, I know they're being led by an Executioner, so I do have a thing I want to do with the Executioner, which I could do now. I'm thinking, I got ideas in the head. But I think if anything, I'm going to start with the gold trim. That would be the most time-consuming, tedious thing. And, yeah. That's what we'll do. But I hope everyone has had a good 4th of July. At least if you're in the U.S., enjoying your 4th of July. If you are not a U.S. citizen, I still hope you had a good 4th of July Friday or a good weekend, and you get to enjoy and do some fun stuff that you want to do. I've had a awesome weekend so far. Oh, I am missing one thing. One thing I'm missing, I should have in one of my drawers. I've been working on the big guy for so long, I haven't had to worry about grabbing it. It's a little stand to paint the minis on. I don't know where I put it. There it is. No, I had a good 4th of July with some friends. Went and met up with my friends from the city, and we spent like half the day at the beach. I got really badly sunburned on my side. And pretty much swam like a fish from what everyone was telling me. I haven't done a lot of swimming, but I used to do a lot more as a kid, and I love the water personally. So when I get a chance to like be in the water and just enjoy it, I will take it. Although it was cold as hell in the ocean where I was. Nice sunny day, but a very cold water. But it got fun once you got acclimated to it, so that was fine. Then after that, we did a barbecue, and then saw some fireworks. And then I drove back at midnight and got home at 2:30. So I'm a little bit tired, but I'm doing good. I'll make sure I'm actually in view for you guys, and also showing off the model that I'm working on. Because I realized last stream that you guys couldn't really see what I was working on too much until I had to turn it sideways. But I will be flip-flopping back and forth between what I'm working on or not. I'm hoping my friend who has these models isn't going to pop in to chat anytime. If he isn't here like whole stream, I got a little surprise that I'm going to show you guys that I got for him. Like near end of stream, I will show everybody. So, because I've been trying to get him to build his Chaos Army. I want him to get one specific model. That's what I want him to get for his Chaos. I think currently we're close to 500. We're a little bit under 500. So we could start doing Combat Patrol. But he's working on his... He got himself some Terminators. And he's working on building those. And then eventually I'll start painting those on here. It's definitely a time-consuming army, I will admit. Even though I do enjoy painting this trim, I should get a better brush. This one is kind of being a bad brush. Or it's... The tip's fraying. That's the issue. It's not doing well in select. But it is a cheap, like, brush I bought from Michaels. I'm just checking this guy, because I know there's, like, stuff on the helmet, and I didn't realize around the arms that I have to get. Other than that... I'll definitely move on to some other ones. I wonder if I should do the symbol in gold. That'd be kind of cool. I'll wait and see how I feel about that. I do have the helmet here. I didn't want to hit all of it on... I don't know, I'm having a tough time with like deciding what I make shiny gold and what I leave dark for later. I think I'll just leave that the way it is for now. You, did I miss anything on you? I probably could do a little bit extra on you here and there. But I think I'll move on to a new Chaos one. I should probably do all the ones in white before I move on to the ones in black. I do slightly regret spray painting white on these guys. Because it does... If I wasn't using gold, I think it would have worked out better. But who knows? I'm just kind of spitballing here. Just spitballing ideas. Ah, yes. I figured, you know what? It's been too long. I gotta work on your models here, Ben. I was debating between working on your Chaos models or continuing with the Norn Assimilator. But if we want to get some games in, which I do want to get some games in, we gotta... I gotta finish your models. Even though we could play with gray plastic stuff, I think we'd both enjoy it being a little more colored. I do have a little idea that I want to try with your models. See if you're okay with it or not there, Ben. I wanted to take one of the pauldrons and paint them in one of the 4 colors of the Chaos Gods. No, I haven't worked on Darktide yet. I have not got Darktide working. I haven't really been messing with it either. At some point I will. But it's not been a priority, sadly. I've done a lot more... I've been in the mood for painting on stream than I have been for gaming. But... yeah, Afro, let me know if you like this idea. I wanted to do one of the pauldrons in one of the 4 colors of the Chaos Gods. Just because it's Black Legion, you know, and they're all mixed worshippers. That was a tongue twister for me. I wanted to do something, I don't know, to kind of show that. Doesn't have to be all of them, just a couple of them. Good boy. Got my dog sitting with me. Which one? I was thinking of... Oh. These are not my Chaos models, Dorzo. These are Afro Ninjas' Chaos. I got him into Warhammer, because Afro is my friend in real life. And he can build them, but he doesn't paint. So I think I gotta open the door real quick for the dog. I'll be back. We'll do it quick. Because you're whining at me. You're being a good boy, but you whine. Come on, boy. I guess I could technically say that Ben is the first commission guy, but he's not paying me for this. I am doing this voluntarily. So... I did work on these guys at one stream at one point, and haven't done it since. Yes, but I don't want him to spend any more money on Warhammer than he already has. This is a hobby that's expensive enough. If other people want commission stuff, then yeah, I will charge them. Actually, before stream, I was going through and making a coffee, I think it is. It's spelled like C-O-K-I. I don't know. It's a website that you can like give tips to people and be do like a monthly thing. I got it set up so that I could take commissions if people wanted to. I don't have it listed anywhere yet. I wasn't even sure if I would list it here yet or not. What I also need to do is go to my P.O. box. It kind of is. I mean, it's more brown and orange than it is... Or, it's more brown than an orange. Than it being blue, but yeah. It is kind of in those. I'm so indecisive of what I want to do with colors. I was scrolling through YouTube and someone did a YouTube short, and I like this idea. I might steal it for myself. I don't know if anyone's seen those, like, roll for sandwich type videos. I spend too much time on YouTube Shorts sometimes. But to summarize it is, he took a model, or, like, from different games and stuff like that, rolled, like, a D20 or whatever number it was that he had, and then he would randomize the color scheme and stuff like that for it, and if there was anything special for it, like what was the base and stuff, and I'm like, that's a really cool idea, especially where I have so many armies, and I'm not sure what I want to do for color scheme. I guess the hardest one right now is my Tyranids. I don't know what I want to do for my Tyranid color scheme, even though I am working on that guy over in the corner. But maybe in the future, if I have like a couple other models I'm not sure about, I'll do something like unique, and we'll just like go from there with it. But I hope everyone had a good 4th of July for all the Americans here. I was saying earlier what I was up to with 4th of July, and I just wanted to make sure, you know, everyone's enjoying themselves and is having a good weekend, but also being responsible, but also having fun. I don't want to hear any stories about people going to the hospital because they let off a firework and lost a finger or more. trying to think other things I got to. I finally finished The Infinite and Divine today. And that was a good book. It actually got me... I went to my Warhammer store. I kind of wanted to get this army-ish anyways, but I grabbed a couple of Necron models after finishing the book. I got the Necron kill team. So at some point, I will be building and painting those. I think in total I have like 4 kill teams. I can do a couple kill teams with what I have. So if I have friends that like want to play but don't want to build and get into it, I have spare stuff they can use. It's got this damn fly. I don't want to shake the table too hard. Is going on right now. Damn. That's the problem with using such a bright color with black, is if you mess up, it makes such a big mistake and it takes so much to get it fixed. So I'm going to get that cleared off. I'm going to do a different brush than this one. This one kind of sucks. Oh my god. Brush will work. We'll take use this little detail brush. Use this one instead. That might be better of a tip than what I was currently using. Okay. So I feel like most of the stream's just gonna be me doing trim. It's a very trim heavy army. I don't know if I ever do chaos myself. I don't know if I do pure chaos models or if I would just paint like Space Marine models to like be one of the Traitor Legion's colors. That might be what I do, just to like skip a few parts. Maybe I'll like kit bash chaos and Loyalist models together. Might not be a bad idea. We'll have to go back and just touch up with a black. Just a little bit. Let's see. Trying to stay a little focused on what I'm doing and not mess up or miss any parts. There's trim at the base of the leg. I'm like trying to tell just slowly. What else is going on? Okay. So the most recent book I finished, between like Orokin and Trazen, if I had to pick like a favorite Necron between the two, it's definitely Trazen. Or Trazen, or however you pronounce it. He's just got a bit more personality, and like Orokin's a bit more of a dick. I mean, I guess if I was thrown into like biotransference against my will, I would be too. But I don't know. I liked Trazen's personality a little bit more in the book. I want to get a Trazen model at some point and just make a diorama for him that he's like in a like his museum, but like he's actually in a Dyson sphere or cube or whatever he uses, and be like, so the guy that snags everyone in one of those cubes is now stuck in one on my shelf. Excuse me. Okay. I'm gonna check on a few things for myself. Okay. Does anyone know any good, like, Chaos books that I could read? Because I kind of want to learn about the Chaos Marines a little bit. Is like the Horus Heresy books better to learn about the traitors? Or are there some good, like, modern 40k books that have some decent Chaos members? Because I'm kind of curious. I haven't read any yet. I do want to. I thought about reading the Damunculaba just because they have the Iron Warriors and all that stuff in it, but I know there's some stigma around that book as well. Or the book series, I guess. these little tiny cracks and crevices as well. Is that just so slightly? You know, this guy kind of gives me corn vibes. I might do his pauldron in red. This will be the corn marine. And then... Or... Maybe this guy will be Slaanesh and this guy's corn. He's got more of that, like, corn stuff that I've seen on most of the Chaos Marines that worship corn. And then probably Nurgle for you. And Tzeentch for you. But you're also the leader. Maybe I should keep you normal and you'll be Tzeentch. That's what I'm kind of thinking. I think that will be a good color combination. Because the guy I'm painting these for has not really told me, like, much on the detail-wise what he wants done here and there, but... I think that'd work out fine. I'm a little bit late to the party, but at some point, for any people that are into Monster Hunter, I gotta be playing Monster Hunter Wilds soon with a friend. I bought it during the summer sale that happened, and I got a lot of catching up to do. Like some serious catching up. I know Lagriacris is in the game, and I really want to fight that guy. So I think I gotta spend some time grinding to get to that level. But I also could spend some time playing Space Marine 2 and climbing the ranks in that. Wow, Space Marine 2 is more of like a casual, in quotes, casual game for me. Like I'll play it every once in a while, but I don't dedicate a bunch of time to it. I'm not being as careful as I normally am with these guys, but... You got so many tiny details. I'm gonna realize I'm gonna complain a lot about. God, is there any... Oh yeah, I was gonna say, is there anywhere I'm missing? I'm being so cautious about getting every little bit right now. For anyone that's curious, this is some friends models I'm painting. Me and him are going to be doing a kill team game together. He bought himself the Chosen. I had to remember the name. He got himself some Chosen Marines, and I am going to be going with my own custom kill team for Space Marines. So we'll have a good, like... Probably have to drop it to like be a 5-on-5 instead of a 6v5, unless you can find an extra model somewhere to throw into it. Because I don't know if like the Legionnaire kill team is you use all 10 models or if you only use 5. Like it comes with 10, and I think it's supposed to because you can buy Legionnaires themselves, but I think you only play with like 6. Maybe what I gotta do is I gotta like buy or have him buy like a spare Chosen model on eBay. It'll get shipped in, and then we can add it to the group. Oh, do I need to? No, 5. Yeah. Okay, that'll be 6-on-6. Maybe I'm just going crazy. How's it going, Hannibal? I'm hoping you're having a good weekend so far. I know it can be late for you right now. Appreciate you hopping in. I'm currently working on one of the true bad guys in the Warhammer universe, some Chaos Marines right now for a friend. One of the buddies that I want to be doing a little kill team tournament with, or campaign. Oh, I forgot about the backpack. I'm having a good weekend so far. I mean, it's 4th of July here, so we're celebrating our independence. Although I don't think on the right day. I don't remember like why we celebrate on the 4th, but sounds good. But anyway, I'm having a good 4th of July weekend. Got to go to the beach for a little bit and soak up the sun, even though the water was hella cold. Had some good food, saw some fireworks, and then I drove home at like midnight and drove an hour to drop a friend off at his place and then go to bed at 2 o'clock in the morning. So I'm a little tired and a little low energy, but I'm going to power through and try to be entertaining for everybody. Okay. In there, just in there. There's a lot of props people that actually paint full Chaos armies. I'm not having a terrible time with the trim. I'm just like, there's so much of it. Sounds like a very good 4th of July weekend there, Hannibal. Sounds like a very good one. I haven't flowed down the river yet this year. I think it's still pretty high where I'm at, but I used to do that quite a bit with some friends. It's always nice to do it. Although I will admit, I think I'd be terrified of doing any river floats in like other countries. Just for like a very small and I guess like minute reason. Ooh, yes. Okay, so Lions of the Forest was the first Warhammer book that I bought and read. I don't know if that's why you got it, because I recommended it, or if you just thought it was interesting, but it's a good book. I highly recommend it. I'm not going to spoil anything about it. It can be a very brutal book, but I enjoyed it for how it made me feel emotionally. It made me think that like the Lion had some really good growth. Like he grew as a person. Yeah. Okay. I figured it was something I recommended quite a bit. I just wasn't sure. It's a good book, but I'm glad you're enjoying it. I was saying earlier I finished another book that got recommended in chat here. I finished The Infinite and Divine today, and that was a fun book. I could see how it would be a little bit confusing for someone who doesn't know Warhammer to read it, but at the same time, like, you don't need to know Warhammer to read that book either. It fills in some gaps about things where it's like, okay, they mentioned this, and if you know Warhammer, you're like, okay, so that's where we're at in the timeline, but it also could be like, okay, that's a thing, I guess I'll look into that next. So that's another good book if you want to read, and it has some very good personality characters as well. That would be another one on my recommendation list. But I am curious, Hannibal, what are your thoughts so far on... Well, no. You already gave me your thoughts, so I guess I want to ask what your thoughts are on the Lion book so far. Hello there, Silver. How are you doing today? I am painting some Chaos Chosen for a friend of mine. He got into Warhammer because I kind of pushed him into it. I told him I would buy him his first box, and he chose to get the Chosen and an Executioner. And I'm painting these so that me and him can do a kill team game using these guys. I have my army finished up and painted, and I got to work on his. I'm very far behind on it. He's also got in like another box of models for himself. He bought some Terminators for himself, the Chaos ones, and he's slowly building those up. And at some point, I think I'll paint those here on stream as well. And then I have a surprise for him as well at some point. I want to spoil it, but I won't, because I know he's here in chat. But I have enough like other spare models that we can almost do a combat patrol together, because when I first got into Warhammer, or like was buying some boxes, I bought the kill team that was for, I'm forgetting their name, Death Corp Creed. There's a bit I'm reading off Hannibal's thing so far. There's a bit I don't understand, but I'm sure they will clear it up. If not, I looked it up, but descriptions and setting hooks. Okay, I gotta slide this over so I can actually read all of it. Okay, but descriptions and setting hooks me up already. I'm curious on what you're curious or don't understand. Oh, but the descriptions. Yeah, they're really good at describing things in the book, or in Warhammer books in general. Like, they'll go on quite a bit, like, describing stuff to almost, like, too much detail, but it's, like, just enough. Sometimes they'll, like, describe things in lore for people that don't know, and it just kind of summarizes some stuff, and then they also, like, describe how people look like, or the food, or the battle scenes. It really puts you, like, in the universe. That's how I look at it. Focus on my tea. That all up. Okay. Any spots that I want to make you look gold? Probably into the flamer. I think the flamer will do as gold. I'm definitely gonna hit it with a... I'm gonna try giving it like a burned metal look. Probably silver would have been better to do. And then did the gold. That would have been smarter to use and build up the layers there. But I think I can also get a good layer with this. Yeah, I should have done the silver, then brown to black. I have a purple wash that I can put on the end of this and kind of get a little bit of a burn look and try to glaze it up slowly. Or a couple of the colors. Reading off what Silver said. I'm working on the Tau Pathfinder Squad ×2 and Furnace Marines Squad ×2. Ooh. And Furnace Marines are some like... They're one of my like top 5 favorite Marines to build and stuff. I love playing with them. I love flamethrowers in general. Like when I first got into Warhammer, I wanted to build a Salamander's army. Just more that I connected with them, and then slowly over time I moved over to Dark Angels. But I will also be building a Salamander's army as well, because I have so many models I can do enough. Or I can do both. That's a lot of Furnace Marines. I'm assuming it's like 4 squads of 5, or do you mean 4 squads of 10? I'm gonna assume it's 4 squads of 5. Because then you could do 2 squads of 10, or do a squad of 10 and then 2 squads of 5? I'm thinking. I looked at the Warhammer app earlier, and it's like... Oh, okay, so you got 40. That's a lot of flame coming at an enemy. That is a lot of flamethrowers going at an enemy. I like flamethrowers too, mostly because you don't have to worry about... When you like Overwatch on someone, you just automatically hit. You don't got to worry about rolling the hit. I know people take them a lot for that. I like them for the ignore cover ability, that I can just burn through a building and hit my opponent. I'm trying to think. I also think they just look cool as well. Like, I know there's the Intercessor Squad, but I'd rather use an Inferno Squad over an Intercessor Squad. I think once I'm done with the trim on these guys, what I'll move over to next... I might move over to doing some bone parts. on some of these guys, or I might have to... I might move over to the pauldrons just because each one's going to be like a unique color. Not this pauldron, but on like this one to represent each of the different Chaos Gods. I've decided that this guy I'm currently painting is going to be a Khorne worshipper. And then we got Slaanesh, Nurgle, and Tzeentch. Or you might be... No, you were the Slaanesh one. You were the Nurgle one. Mostly because you got that one horn. And then you're going to be Tzeentch. That is what I've decided. Although the guy I'm painting these for could certainly message me and be like, no, I don't want that. And then I have to throw that idea out the window. Or he can message in chat. But I know he's playing Monster Hunter Wild right now. I'm a little bit jealous. Because I want to play Monster Hunter Wilds. But I'll probably do that tomorrow. I'll do that for myself. And also, if I get bored of doing these guys, I will paint... I will also paint the Tyranid that I have right over here. Of an Norn Emissary that I was working on. You know, I should actually add some stuff to the description of the video, because I realize it's all Tyranid hashtags. I should change those real quick. Or at least get rid of those. What's the difference between what I'm painting and Dark Angels? The difference is the faction. So, I know you don't know much about Warhammer Hannibal, but to summarize it simply, there are... You're kind of dealing with it right now in the book. I know in the beginning, and you're going to be dealing with it. Some Space Marines a long time ago fell to a thing called Chaos, or the Warp, or things like that. And there's 4, in quotes, gods in there, and they worship those gods. So, I know with the book that you're reading, there's a lot of information that you might not know, but they do kind of fill in a little bit. So I don't want to spoil anything for you. But, yeah, Silver's got a really good example. I mean, one's technically good, one's bad. One's technically bad, one's technically good, even though there is no good or bad guys in Warhammer. Everyone's a bad guy. It's just Chaos is, like, pure bad guys. They are, like, not the villain of the week. They are, I show up to your planet, and I destroy it. And I know each of the Chaos Gods kind of represent... They represent multiple aspects, but they boil down to, like, very simple ones. I know there's one guy you will meet in the book that worships Slaanesh. And I didn't realize that until my second time reading the book. Some worship a guy called Tzeentch. Some worship a guy called Khorne. And some worship a guy named Nurgle. And one worships one called Slaanesh. Which I don't know if Slaanesh is considered a boy or a girl. But I think that's kind of the point of Slaanesh. You're not supposed to know. Yeah. Nurgle is decay and death and is very... Not everyone can handle what Nurgle's models look like. They got some good-looking models, but ugh, that's all I can say. If you're not a fan of, like, sickness and pustules and death and decay, you're not going to like Nurgle. But Nurgle's like that because he doesn't want things to change. He wants you to sit there and rot. Pretty much is how it boils down to. Like, the people that... Hello, the Warhammer fan. Yeah, welcome. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a good 4th of July so far, if you are in the US. If not, I hope you're having a good weekend. Yeah, the difference is really, like... I mean, color scheme is how you paint it. Is what it boils down to, but yeah, it's like what the minis look like. So... I have an example over here. Like, this is a normal uncorrupted Marine in my right hand here. And this is a corrupted Chaos Marine on my left hand here. The idea is that, like, Chaos corrupts you very slowly and changes you. And, yeah, it's just how the models look, is what it boils down to, Hannibal. It's just some people, everyone's a bad guy in Warhammer, but some people just want to be a worse bad guy. Reading off what Warhammer fan said. Nice, man. Nice that you got yourself some Krieg troopers and you're working on those. I have a couple myself that I gotta paint and do, but that's awesome that you're, you know, working on a couple different models and stuff like that. Okay. But yeah, I hope everyone watching's having a good weekend and doing some fun stuff, going out and enjoying yourself. Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, I want to try, you know, having things on hand to show it, because I'm not the best at explaining. I'm more of, if I do something with my hands is how I learn, or sometimes a visual learner, like seeing the difference between the two. People just explaining it to me isn't always the best. So I try to explain things the way that I would want things explained to me. And I will be honest, I'm trying really hard not to ramble about Warhammer and give you a bunch of information, Hannibal. I want you to... I want to share this information with you, but I want you to learn it and get into it kind of like a drip feed, because there is a lot of information that you can just get flooded with. And it can feel very confusing. I gotta shut a door real quick so that my dog doesn't go out and about. I think people are shooting off fireworks as well, so I gotta make sure he's okay. Okay, I am back. I don't know if I need to buy new brushes or if I just need to find a way to take care of my brushes better. But most of my brushes over time slowly start to fray. The Army Painter ones have lasted a little bit longer than what I normally have. But I don't know if it's like a thing that I gotta buy to take care of them, because I know there's like brush wax people can buy to make the tips better, or that's like how they take. I don't know. I'm not the quickest on like getting things cleaned up afterwards. I usually wait till I have a bunch of brushes and then clean them all at once. I do have brush soap, so it's a little bit easier, but... Okay, Silver says, it's a working weekend for me. Normally I paint Mondays through Friday, but I took yesterday off, so painting this weekend to make up for yesterday. Life of a pro painter. Oh, so you paint for like commissions and stuff like that. That's cool. That's actually really cool. That's kind of something I'm thinking about doing myself. Like opening up stuff here and painting for people. But yeah, no, I get working on the weekends. I worked today from like 9 to 1, which isn't too bad. I had a couple hours to do some stuff, but no, normally I work at 9 to 5, and I don't get to paint as much as I like to. I've made myself really busy recently. Kind of how my week is. Like, my weeks are... Sundays are now my days that I go and do my run around, my chores. There's a flea market nearby that I go to and check out. Or I might go down to like a city that's about an hour away to go hang out with friends, depending on how things are. But then Monday I go down to that city and hang out with everybody and play Magic with them. And then... let's see, and then Tuesday I'm here streaming. Wednesday's a free day at the moment, but I try to use that as another catch-up day. Trying to think. Thursday is when I game with friends online, and then Friday's another free day, and Saturday is a work and stream day. I mean, I do work during the week normally. That's not saying I don't have a job or anything. I gotta be able to afford this hobby somehow. Let's see. I'll clean this brush off a little bit. It's kind of gunked up. I'm trying to fix the tip a little bit. I want to check out something. Don't know how well everyone can kind of see the models. I'm trying to be a little bit better about showing them to everyone while I'm painting and stuff. I'm trying to think besides. Yeah, next time if I paint Chaos, I'm not going to spray paint them white. That is not a move. I'm very silent right now. I'm just trying to be very focused. I am painting the Chaos Chosen right now. This is for a friend of mine that we will be doing a Kill Team game together with, but also at some point we'll be growing this to like Combat Patrol. Oh,
what you can carry.
one sec.
With the all-new
yeah, I'm painting the Chaos Chosen right now, and they're gonna be led by an Executioner. Just a buddy of mine. I got into Warhammer. I told him I would pay for his first couple minis and all that stuff, and yeah, I've had these on the back burner for a little bit and needed to get them done. So, I don't know if that fully answers the question, but also, like, yes or no. At some point, you think I get better about when my music not catching the ad before it actually runs. But, eh. No, he's not a Terminator. Unless that's like a reference to one of the movies, like the Terminator movies that I don't fully understand, but... Nah, the Executioner's just a special character guy that can fully select. Master of Execution. Master of Execution is the word or the name I would be looking for, but... Oh, excuse me, what? Reading off what Aatrox says. Chosen got some cool rules for standard play. More so when you use them with Abaddon. I've been telling my friend that, hey, you gotta, like, to finish off your army, you should really get an Abaddon model. Because I think... I did the calculations on how many points these guys are, this guy is, and so his list right now that he has Chosen with the Master of Execution. He's got a Terminator squad that he's building right now, and I have a couple Chaos Cult members from the like Blood Brothers or something like that, like kill team that like Chaos Cult kill team. Oh no, Traitor's Guard, the Traitor Guardman. Traitor Guardman is what I was thinking about. And that gets him close to 500. And I'm like, if you got... He could grab himself Abaddon or some Legionaries. And I think that'd put him at 500. And... because he's playing Chaos, I really want to see him get Abaddon. Ooh, that would be that'd be a fun and interesting army. To run Abaddon and the 4 other Chaos Primarchs together. Although, could you run them in one game together? Okay, I know my friend's in chat, but he's playing Monster Hunter. He should really be reading this chat right now. So, for you, Ben, just so you can hear, because I know you're still here, Aatrox is saying, the Traitor Guard aren't bad. Some form of anti-tank, either the Forge Fiend or the Predator works well. So we'll keep an eye out on that model. But also, like, when I'm playing with him, I'm not going to have, like, a big tank or anything like that. I think we might just do 500 points at max for a bit. And I'll run, like, a bit of, infantry. Maybe I'll have something that's anti-infantry, but it won't be, like, a tank coming up to, like, mow him down. But that is good to know, because I don't know anything really about building armies that well. I just... is weird light armor, elite infantry killer, if used right. Ooh, okay. That's good to know. That is good to know on that. This port brush. Aatrox, in your personal opinion, Oh crap, no, I can't remember the name of the model. It's a Chaos model, but he's not a Primarch, he's a demon. What is he? He runs the Soul Forge in the Warp. Why can't I remember his name all of a sudden? I had a moment ago, and now I'm like, I can't remember. I was just going to ask your opinion on the model, since you run a Chaos Army. Vashtor. Yes, I was going to ask about Vashtor. Well, it's good to know, because I wanted to... If I ever build a Chaos Army for myself personally, I want to make them be Iron Warriors. Yeah, he's got a cool looking model. And I would run him with, like, Iron Warriors. Fights vehicles and supports the demon engines. So, yeah, he'd be better if you had, like, Helldrakes or Hellbrutes or any other vehicles. He's, I guess, what, similar to a Tech Priest in a way? Or the... I'm trying to remember the name of the Mechanicus model that you can run with guardsmen and like help with vehicles. I guess the Tech Marine would be like the only close caveat, but maybe not as good. Because the Tech Marine is just meant to, you know, fix vehicles and stuff like that, not deal really a lot of damage either. Welcome, Jake. Yes, I'm working on my friend's Chaos Chosen right now. I've had these models. I got this buddy into Warhammer, I'll say for like the 5th time. And he likes the Black Legion. I bought him his first box, which was these Chosen, and I don't know, because like I was saying, this isn't my army. There's not a particular sub. He doesn't have any particular like thoughts on what he wants to do with them. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make these 4 Chosen have one different colored pauldron for each of the Chaos Gods. So I decided this guy's Khorne because of how his horns look here. This one's Slaanesh, this one's going to be Nurgle, and this one's going to be Tzeentch. I will check that out in a moment. So Aatrox put... So I have a Discord for anyone that's interested in joining. It's completely free. It's a spot that I wanted to make, you know, just for people to come out and hang and, you know, share their posts and stuff like that. And we build a little community with. And Aatrox was saying he just posted the rules for Vashtor in the Discord for me. So... The link for the Discord is on my page. So if you go to like where I have 2 or more links on, it's my Instagram, TikTok, which I should get rid of, I don't post on, and then there's the Discord link right there. I want... Yes. No, it... Oh, is it in the description of stream? I'm so, like, how I have it set up on my computer is I have different tabs open, so I like jump to all that. Technically, I guess yeah. Like if you look at the page, I thought the only link I had like in there was the music channel that I'm stealing music from, which you guys should go check out the creator of the music here and go support him. I'm not affiliated with the guy. I just like the music. If there's other Warhammer playlist or other music playlists people are interested in listening to, I'm not opposed to it. This has just been the one that has fit the most so far. I've tried listening to like another one today, but I'm like, it doesn't hit as well as this one does. So I'm gonna pop over to this Discord. Oh, you sent me the image. Oh yeah, it is technically in the Discord. Or it is technically in that chat. Okay. Didn't realize that. That's actually good to know. Moving over to there. Looking at Vashtor's rules. It's got a 12-inch claw attack, D6. Oh, it's a straight hit. Strength 5, minus 2 AP, 1 damage. That's not bad. It's kind of similar to the Lion's attack, although I don't think it's like a D6. It's a 12 attack and roll and all that, but yeah. Sorry, I just popped over to the Discord meme section for a second and was laughing at something, but oh, okay. That's good to know. I still don't know all the rules of like Warhammer. I'm learning, so I'm glad there are people here to help answer my questions and fill in the blanks on stuff that I don't know. Because I have no problem admitting when I don't know something and someone else can take up. Okay. I'm kind of liking how chat's just like talking to each other and getting information spread around and helping each other. It's kind of that's what I want to that's what I want this community to be, is everyone like helping out each other and passing information. I'm gonna double check. Oh, you posted. Oh, there's the other ones. I'm like, where are the rest of them? Okay, I only read the first image. Oh, he's anti-vehicle on all of it. Holy crap. Sorry, folks. I'm just reading Vashtor's rule list that someone sent me, and I'm just a little bit curious on it. While a friendly demon vehicle unit is within 6 inches of the model, add 2 to the strength characteristic of the weapons equipped by the model in that unit. That's pretty good. That's really good right there. Reorder reality. Each time an enemy is within 18 inches of this model's target, this model subtract 1 from the hit roll until the end of the phase. Enemy unit range weapons have a hazardous ability. Ooh, that's actually good to put on your enemy, hazardous in general. And the other one is, I can't pronounce the first one, or I don't dare to, Demon Engine. While the model is within 3 inches of one or more friendly demon vehicle units, this model has a lone operative. That is pretty good. That is pretty good for a model. I've heard Vashtor's like okay on the tabletop, but if you pair him with vehicles and stuff, I can see how he can be really good. I wonder if I should add another link as well. Maybe not yet. I've done too much yapping and not enough painting. I mean, I've enjoyed the yapping, don't get me wrong. I'm just like, oh. I will check out the Discord. How many? Apartment stuff, not any new updates just because I've been busy with life. The realtors were asking if they could come over tomorrow for like a half hour to show the apartment to someone. It doesn't really work for myself or my sister. Just because I kind of want to be here for the day, getting stuff done around the apartment for myself. I want to take tomorrow and work on the blacksmithing. Like, Sunday's kind of a free day to do that. Like how I was talking about my schedule earlier. The only free evenings I have to work on any blacksmithing stuff would be a Wednesday or a Sunday. And Friday maybe. But at the same time, I'm trying to edit a video and get that out. I'm really slow with editing. I'm like half tempted to hire an editor or get someone to edit for me, but I don't think I'm at that point yet as a channel. So I'm working towards it, is what I'll say. I think you asking that question kind of solidified what I'm doing tomorrow. I'm going to head over to the workshop and get it set up for blacksmithing stuff. And working on the Inquisitor outfit for myself. So, thank you, Hannibal. I was debating what I do tomorrow, and you have solidified what I'm doing tomorrow. So, that's not me dissing you. That's like actually thanking you for making me try to plan out my day. Because I was going to check out a flea market tomorrow. Do some clothes, shoe shopping. And do that. Because I have a little bit extra money. I want to go to the flea market. I checked it out last week. And if some of the same vendors are there again, I want to grab some stuff. Because I saw a couple like kids' toys that were for sale that I could use to turn into Warhammer terrain. So I want to do that. And yeah. I'm hoping there's a couple things there. I don't find shoe shopping that tedious. I know that's kind of like a weird topic to talk about, but I don't find it tedious because it's, for what I do for work, I have to look for a certain style. Oh yeah, I mean, not just a flea market in general, like a secondhand store or a thrift store. Here in the U.S. we have, I don't know if they have it in Europe or not. There's a place called Goodwill or Salvation Army. Those are secondhand stores that people will donate stuff to, and then, you know, that those places sell the items. Just trying to remember what I saw last time. I remember one thing I saw that I wanted to grab, but I didn't have any money on me. I could have taken it, but I'm a better person than that. Was like this weird stone dog statue that I thought would work really well for my lizard army as a little bit of terrain. So I wanted to use that. I was earlier going to look at Silver's work in the Discord for a second, because he posted a bunch of stuff. Ooh, I like that Lictor. I like that blue Lictor. That's a really nice one. The Custodians are good. I want to say that's Asmodeus. I'm looking at the Interrogator Chaplain that you posted, Silver. I got that model I got to do. The Lion's not bad either. You did some pretty good work there. Oh, and that's some of the Knight models that you were talking about too. Some Grey Knights there. Some pretty nice models you did. Oh God. I gotta stay out of the Discord. There's too much going on there. I gotta get focused on painting and less on chatting. Let's see, besides... Let's see, I kind of want to get done tomorrow. I was debating about going and meeting with some friends and helping my buddy Nick with his game store. He's getting ready to open this month, actually, and he's got like a little bit left to do, and he said if I wanted to come down tomorrow to help him, I could. This is the point where I wish I could, like, clone myself or, like, duplicate myself to go do multiple stuff and just get what I want done. And just make my life a little bit easier. The metallic paints clog up the brush. They gunk up the brush very easily. They make it a little more difficult to paint. But after this one guy, I only got 2 more models to do the trim on. So, yeah. I should say too, it's not just Warhammer terrain I could use it for. I could use it for D&D terrain. I know that's a thing you're into, Hannibal, is you like D&D. And just finding cheaper alternatives instead of buying, you know, whatever for a game, just to make it... I don't know, people are, I think, kind of weird when it comes to D&D on, like, if they want to play it in the mind's eye or if they want to play with stuff. I think you should do social interactions and, like, town stuff in the mind's eye. But when it comes to combat, you should do that. Excuse me. You should have, like, a table and stuff set up. Because for me, like, you can talk about, like, oh, this goblin's here or this goblin's there, but I'll get lost. As if it's, like, visually on the table. I'm like, okay, I can then plan out a strategy on how I want to take down this, you know, goblin or this dragon or other things like that. But, you know, everyone's different. Everyone has a different way they want to play. And there's nothing wrong with that. Oh, that's kind of cool. So, I don't know. This was an odd thing I noticed. Oh, I'm just gonna finish my thought and then I'll read what Hannibal said. While I had the brush kind of in the side here and I was painting, the gold was reflecting the brush up above and I could see it on the model, and I thought it was kind of cool. What did Hannibal say? We do with Roll20 and such programs to help you visualize the combat. I tried using Roll20 to make a map and stuff for people. I've never played with Roll20. I'd be interested in trying it, or I'd be interested in trying Roll20. But I'm also weird when it comes to, like, at the time I was weird with talking to strangers online or playing a game and stuff like that, because I'm like, it's a bunch of strangers, and I don't know, like, how that's going to pan out. No, that's fair enough. I mean, everyone has a different... So I'm reading off what Aatrox just said. He says, I have a weird opinion. On paper, it's fun. In person, it's almost chaotic. Hey, thank you for stopping in and chatting, Silver. It was nice chatting with you. And thank you for sharing your work with us. I look forward to seeing more. But going back to what Aatrox said, it can be chaotic in person. Oh god, what? Hannibal says, oh yeah, we turned a 3-hour one-shot into a 12... I have done that so many times. The first time I ran a one-shot, I thought it'd be 3 to 4 hours. No, it turned into like a 5-session game of multiple, like, 3 to 4 hours. So, unless you talk with the players beforehand and you tell everyone you have a very specific goal you want to complete, it can be very easy to derail the whole campaign. Like, I see people that stream it and do it online all the time. Is my little guy even lining up? Oh, he's lining up. I'm just delayed. Like, those people, like, Critical Role or Dimension 20, channels like that, they must discuss, like, beforehand, hey, this is what I want to try and get done, but we'll see how the dice roll. I think Dimension 20, they do cut a lot out. That's definitely one, like, quick way of how it can become derailed. And I'm assuming you're talking from experience if you're saying that. I'm very much a fan of doing a session 0 with everybody to get people on the same page before you even play. It can be hard with a one-shot, but that's when you're like, hey, I need to do, like before, like, listen, you should do like that. Okay, reading off what Aatrox says. Yeah, that's the issue I have is it's perfect when it's organized, but mostly it's done with friends, and you start chatting too much, and all of a sudden it's been 6 hours and you've done nothing. That's fair enough, Aatrox. That has happened to me before with people. And that kind of... I've DM'd a lot for my friends after my main DM kind of moved away. I was DMing for a bunch of friends. And I had to... I let people chat and do what they wanted to do for fun for, like, a little bit. And then I'd be like, okay, let's bring this back around, but, like, do it in a story way of, like... I don't know, like, okay, you guys start to do this, but then, like, while you guys are discussing this, this has been going on in the background. You need to, like, decide now what to do. And as a player, when I'm now with my current group that I'm playing with, I'm not a DM, I'm a player. And I notice that the game is going, that some people are chatting too much or stuff like that. I'll start interacting with the DM to then get the group to start continuing with the story. I'm trying to be a better player, but also, you know, understand. It's kind of sad. I think what needs to happen is you need to be in the seat of the DM for a little bit. Like, if you do play with friends, what you should do as a group, or at least what I've heard, and I want to do this is, or it's a thing that we can do. That's what I'm trying to say. It's a thing that we can do in my group. If anyone wants to DM a game, they're more than welcome to. We'll meet up ahead of time, discuss what it is, and kind of make characters for it. I have a game that I've been willing to run with them for a while. I just haven't pushed it yet. But it then gives everyone the chance to DM, and then if they're in the DM seat, they're like, oh crap, this is so much more. This is what it's like to deal with me at the table. So if you're playing with like friends or a DM, you should maybe throw that rule out there to be like, hey, if anyone else wants to run a game, or maybe what you decide to do, if no one wants to do it, you elect someone and be like, okay, I ran this session, you run the next session. And then you switch it up every week. I have a friend like that. I'm going to call him out. So if you go over to Game Vitamins and you see the guy hosting the channel, that's my friend in real life. When I play D&D with him, he's the one zoning out on his phone and other stuff like that. Not really paying attention to the games, and he always needs a constant reminder of what's going on. He is good at getting into character, and his character's fun to play, but he doesn't stay focused at the table. And then when he like finally focuses, like, oh, what happens? And we have to give him a quick little like thing that's going on. So that's, I understand where you're coming from, Aatrox, because I'm dealing with it myself with some people. Ooh, yeah, that's more the issue. Okay, maybe I didn't. Yeah, that is the problem. I'll admit, I've caught myself on the phone too much sometimes while DMing and distracted, and I have to pull myself back into it. Yeah, that's almost when you kind of, I don't know, maybe you should switch out to a different dungeon master at that point. Going back a step and reading Hannibal's message about goblins in a trench coat game. I know people have done that. I wanted to learn Spanish. I think I talked about this before with you, Hannibal, and I'm going to mention it again here. I wanted to learn Spanish to then play a NPC that was 3 raccoons in either a suit of armor or in a trench coat, and they only spoke Spanish. And that's what I wanted to do for like one game. It was a pirate themed game too, so I'm like, they're traveling to different islands. Maybe just one of the islands has this random NPC. The only thing I remember how to say is, okay. Once I started talking about it, I'm like, wait a minute. It was probably you, Hannibal, because you talked about D&D and that's what started the whole thing. I would be interested in starting up that game again. I have a current game that I want to run that is based off of real life fairy folklore, but also based off of a fair that happens nearby. Like where I live, like a 15 minute drive, there's this once a year carnival, like harvest fair that goes on. It's like one of the oldest ones in New England, is where I live. And I wanted to base the game, you know, it's a bunch of kids. People like made pre-selected characters. They're kids, they walk around, they enjoy the fair and all that. Maybe a character comes up and be like, hey, you know, we're trying to do this like petition thing. Can we get your name written down on this piece of paper? And, you know, maybe some of them sign their name, some of them don't. Eventually they see this like tent that they haven't seen before, and then it's just full of like, you know, little figures like this. It's like D&D figures set up, or other little miniatures. And they go up and maybe they pick one up and it turns out like, you know, that's their player character they choose. Like whatever character they pick, that's what they're playing as. And then eventually like a wizard shows up and this magical thing goes off, and then they're stuck in like the fair that they're at is slowly being pulled into the Feywild. And the paper that if any of them signed it was the Fey getting their name. And for anyone that doesn't have that signed the paper and lost their name, they can't leave the fair. They're now like slaves to the Fey. And it would then be a couple sessions of like trying to get, you know, their name back, and then, you know, fighting maybe the Fey Lord or whatever Fey is trying to do this. But I want to make it like also fun, where like they go to like old McDonald's farm and it's just a dance off of like cockatrices and other barnyard animals that are just like monsterfied, and other just fun games and like that. So that's an idea I've been sitting on, and I have written a couple sessions for. Not like, oh, if they do this, this is what happens, but like, you know, some basic ideas. Like I have the bad guy, I have a couple missions that they can do here and there, but also make it open world enough that they can go and do like these other things, but still, you know, stick with the story. And every session that we met up and they completed like a quest or something, with like every session they would level up from that session, and then the next one they'd be a level higher. I think by the end of it I wanted to be, maybe they start at level 5 and they end at level 10. Not really sure where I wanted to be. Maybe a level 1 to like level 5 or more, depending on how many sessions I did. Okay. My throat's starting to get a little bit sore from all this chatting. I hope my friend's going to be happy with these models. And there's like little tweaks here and there that I do want to get closer on, but I'm also like, if I hit him with a wash, it might get rid of those, but who knows. I'm just checking on some stuff. Checking out messages that friends might have sent me and all that while I've been painting. Okay. Trust P. Okay. On to the next one. Hello there, Martin. Damn, didn't realize I'd get people from China. I am working on some Chaos Chosen that a friend of mine picked out. We will be doing a Kill Team campaign together at some point. I'm playing Space Marines, he's playing Chaos. He likes building the models, but I like painting. So he built all these models and I'm going through and I'm painting for him. That is what I'm currently working on. It's been a slow process tonight so far because I've just been painting the trim on these guys and they have a lot of trim. I worked on these guys a couple streams ago just to get some color on them. They're mostly black, but there's like a little bit of gray from that being the highlight. But I'm working on the most tedious part right now before I work on any more. I hate to admit it, but it's been almost 2 hours of nothing but painting gold. And it feels like I got nothing done, but I've done that to 5 models so far. So I've gone somewhere, it's just I've been doing the same thing over and over. I hear people starting to shoot off fireworks from where I'm at. I hope everyone watching, if you're from the US, has had a good 4th of July. If not, I hope you all had a good weekend. I've had a good weekend so far. It's been nice. Got to hang out and chat with friends this weekend and do a nice barbecue, chill at the beach, watch some fireworks, and thank you. I appreciate the compliment. And Night Lords, I'm thinking myself trying to do that because they got, I mean, besides doing the trim on them, you then have to do like the lightning bolts on them as well, and that is so much more, I don't want to use the word tedious, but finicky is the word I use. So I give you a lot of props. I tip my hat to you for painting Night Lords. They have a very cool color scheme. Most of Chaos has cool color schemes, I think, in general. But they, the models on Chaos do look good. At some point I do actually want to do my own Chaos army, but I want to do those in Iron Warriors. So I'd mostly probably paint it black, then spray them in silver, or dip them in silver, and then do the hazardous and all, like hazard stripes and all that. Or maybe I'd just spray them silver, and then go from there. I mean, it's what I do with my Custodians. I initially painted them all in black, and then I spray painted them gold. Or I spray painted them black, and then spray painted them gold. I will say, it has been fun painting these guys. I know I have complained about the trim, but it's actually been nice to like get these guys painted, and I am enjoying the process. What I want to work on next really badly, and I might do it tonight before I leave. For shame, I'm still going to go for like another 2 hours in painting. But I want to take this Snakebite contrast paint after I shake it up a little bit, and I want to use it on the Master of Executioner here. I want to put it on his cloak and see if I can use this as a base layer for the skin, because I know this is all just stitched skin put together. So use the Snakebite as a base layer for the color and then build up different colors from there. That is a thought, though. Excuse me. It's gonna be pretty late over in China, isn't it? Or is it like 8 a.m. in the morning? Is China like a full 12 hours ahead of the US? I actually don't know, and I'm kind of curious. This poor brush is going to take a beating. Let's see. Well, thank you for stopping in and chatting, Martin. Yeah, I figured you guys are a full 12 hours ahead of us, so best of luck at work. Hannibal, what you said. My ignorant ass sitting over here thinking China got no access to YouTube at all. You're not the only one. I thought the same thing a little bit, but honestly, I know there's ways to work around the censorship in China. And that's all I'm gonna say. I don't want to get any more into the topic in case I say something that makes me look like an idiot. But no, it kind of shocks me. Like I thought because I'm in the U.S., I get more people from the U.S. watching my stuff, but I think because Warhammer is a UK business, I'm getting more people from overseas. And, I mean, I know there's people in the Warhammer, like, all over the world and stuff. Like, I know in Russia, I've seen photos of people playing Warhammer on just cards cut out and with pictures drawn or, like, names written on them and then, like, what they do. And that's how they play Warhammer and stuff. Hey, I'm not gonna question the machine gods. If the machine god puts me in front of somebody and they choose to stay, then it was meant to be. Whether they be from overseas or they be from like one door down from my apartment. The On-Messiah works in very mysterious ways. I will say I was working on some upgrades for stream. It's not anything visible here, but I was setting up to stream on Twitch today too, and I didn't know if it... I have everything mostly set up to stream on Twitch as well. The only thing I don't know is if I hit record on the YouTube one, if it would start recording or streaming on the YouTube one, because it's a weird dock thing with OBS. It's like another little side window that opens up that you can do. I had to download a program to do that to begin with. But I think Tuesday's stream is going to be... It'll be a little hectic for me because I'll do it here and on Twitch. So I'll be bebopping between the two chats. Trying to keep up and all that stuff. I'm glad I started streaming. I think I've built a very nice community here so far, and it's been entertaining for myself. I know I sound kind of monotone, but no, I'm like being serious. I'm actually very happy that... I'm happy that for every single person that pops into chat, makes a comment, stays and watches, and just becomes part of the community. It's nice to see this slowly grow into a community that I'm actually happy and proud of. Because I mean, we might be small, but we all start somewhere, and I like to be loyal and dedicated to my followers. That's at least how I want to be. I am thinking about one of these streams kind of not making them a painting stream and making them a craft stream, because what I have on hand... Oh, fuck, I don't have it here. Apes Together is strong. What I was going to show off, at least I can kind of do it a little bit. Something I was going to do. Nope, not that one. Where is it? It's not on that shelf. Is it this one? Or is it the next one up? It's this one. Okay. I'm thinking for one of the streams of making a craft stream and working on the cosplay outfit while on stream. Because I mean, I have this that I want to make be an incense thing that would just float and kind of burn incense. And I have some like kind of like oldish looking paper. And I want to cut that and make some purity seals on stream because I have the rubber stamps as well. I don't know if I will carve a skull or something into the rubber stamps. I might just make them be like blank seal stamps that you can't tell from a distance. Or maybe I'll do something else. I have a couple ideas I could do. But I think that would be fun to just, you know, kind of change up from the same old painting and all that stuff and actually, you know, do some of the other hobby stuff I've talked about. I'd like to also eventually, if I can get things set up, like if I get the workshop set up, if I get... There's not really good internet access there, so... But what I'd like to do is do a live stream at some point of me actually working in the workshop forging and stuff as well. I think that would be fun to do, at least for myself. I mean, I'll record videos in there. I'll definitely record this Sunday myself in there getting it set up, and it'll be a little series project. I definitely want to try different stuff, but also stick with what I got that's going on and working right now. Can't tell if there's a symbol or not on his head. I think there is. Yeah, there is. There's just a little symbol. After this guy, I am going to switch from doing gold to doing something else a little bit. Although it's not as much gold on this guy. Maybe I'll do the gold on this guy, and then I'll also do what I want to do for him as well. I don't know if gold's also the right color to use for chaos, because a lot of people say it's more of like a bronze than a gold. And I do have, like, I think the proper color you would use on these, but I mean, black and gold is just a very nice color combination as well. I've been hunched over too long in the chair. My back's starting to get a little stiff from being hunched over. If you are sitting and stuff like that, probably stand up and stretch for a sec. Also drink water. Make sure you guys are drinking water. I've been trying to stay hydrated this whole stream. I could do it with a red wash. I have a red wash that could make it look more bronze. But I'm also the person to be like, I like that gold. Yeah. But I think I do have a red wash. Do I actually? I'm gonna double check real quick if I do. I do have a red wash. It is I've never used it before, so we could try it on the Chaos guys and see what we get. Definitely see what comes up. So I don't think my buddy's here. and I know it's just two of us, I'm going to grab the model that I got from my friend real quick, because I'm excited to show it off to people. So just give me a sec. Okay. So, for those that don't know, currently Chaos is being led by one big bad, and his name is Abaddon, and he is the leader of the Black Legion? I literally just forgot their name. He's pretty much one of the big bads for the Chaos Space Marines. Well, I got my buddy the Abaddon model, and I'm going to build it and paint it for him and hopefully make it a surprise. If he's here listening, forget it. But I want to grab this for him for a little bit and do that. So at some point I'm going to do that as like a sneaky little stream, hopefully when he's not watching, and maybe I'll do like a it's like the one model that he wants to get, from what I understand, but also like didn't want to spend the money on it yet. And I think it would work really nice for a 500 point army for us to play. And yeah, I want to get it for him, for myself, and I want to have some fun painting it and building it. So I don't know, because what I also want to do is, so for you, Hannibal, directly, because you're reading the book, I have the lion as a model, and I want to play with it, and I thought it'd be really nice to do the lion versus Abaddon when we play. I think Abaddon's cheaper in points than the lion. Lion might be like almost 300 points. But I thought it'd be fun to put the two of them up against each other when we play. So I want to do that. Just for like one of the games we do. I spend too much time thinking about like stories that I could be doing with the game or other fun things to do. At least like fun for me. It just makes the day go by faster. Just daydreaming about it. I was going to say, besides that, so now I'm putting more pressure on myself to get these guys done. I'm also going to put more pressure on him to get his models built so that I can paint them. The lion does have a weapon. His model does. He does have a sword that he uses. Yeah, he does have a sword that he'll use, and Abaddon here has a sword as well. So like, that's Abaddon's sword there, and I think it'd be a relatively fair fight. I think it'd be good to see the two of them go against each other. I don't know if there is like a just bare like melee attack for the lion. I think it's the lion has like two options when it comes to melee attacks. It's a sweep attack or like a direct. Like one does a lot of attacks and hits a lot of enemies, and one is a higher strength, so it can hit tougher enemies. But I've never used the model before. It still sits on my pile of shame, unpainted. It's built, but unpainted, because I don't feel good enough yet as a painter to paint it. I want to wait till I hit 1,000 subscribers to actually paint it, but who knows if I'll ever hit that point. I like to think I will. The first goal is 300, and then 500, and then just keep going from there. So it's a slow crawl right now, but definitely be worth it in the end. No, I think they do have legendary actions. I don't know everything they do off the top of my head. I can look up the Lion's data card real quick. Lion 40k datasheet. Okay, so the lion has two weapons. He's got a ranged weapon, both at 12 inches. One's a bolt. One's like a normal bullet pistol, and one does plasma. One has less attacks, one does more, and the strength is more there. He does have two types of attacks. One that does 8 attacks, one that does 16. But that's not what we really care about. What we really care about is more his abilities. So Lion has a couple different abilities. See, while I'm reading off this data sheet, I don't want to spoil the book too much. Oh yeah, I definitely know I'll get to the 1,000 subscribers at some point. I just need to put out actual videos. I need to keep doing what I'm doing here and keep growing this community, this awesome community that we have. But the things that I will read off for the lion. Pretty much the lion gives other units that are within a certain distance from him a 4-up feel no pain. So a 4-up is like when you roll a dice, you need to get a 4 or higher to pass this check. He minuses wounds from, or he minuses. Okay, what do you say? Within 6 inches of a model, each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack, it adds 1 to the hit roll. So that's good there. Then reading some of the other things. He's got a fight first ability, so when you fight first mostly means in melee. He would be the one striking first before the opponent does. So the opponent might never even get a chance to hit him if he is in combat and all that. He's got ability Primarch of the First Legion. In my command phase, I can select one of the Primarch's First Legion abilities. And that's what I read earlier of like the reveal all secrets or the martial expertise or the no hiding from the watchers. Those are some of his special abilities. He then has like something that seasons him from mortal wounds, and then he's got Dark Angel Bodyguards. While this model is within 3 inches of one or more friendly Adeptus Sorority infantry units, the model has the Lone Operative ability. So I'm trying not to spoil so much for you, Hannibal, with not saying a lot, but yeah. It's a good book. And it's a good read. I enjoyed reading it very much. If you are enjoying Warhammer, the other thing I could recommend is if you are on YouTube like this, watching YouTube channels that explain some of the lore is also good for you to like piece together your knowledge and makes it better. Not better, but it kind of informs you. Because there's a lot of stuff I said tonight that I could have said, but I'm leaving a lot of it out because it's so much information. But the books are not a bad way of learning the lore as well. Real quick. Staying hydrated. Okay. Let's get this guy finished. I've been dilly-dallying long enough. Just ended. Oh, it did. Okay. I'm gonna have to do a little cleanup here and there on it. Yeah, thank you for being here, Hannibal. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Get some rest. And yeah, I mean, no pressure if you can't make it a Tuesday. I know the time difference is a big thing for you. So one of these days I'll have a much more earlier stream for all my European people to watch. With that being said, here we go. Last little bit on that leg, and then I think we're at the backpack. I forgot the backpack twice now on some models. Actually, this one, no, that needs to be different than just gold. Yeah, we'll do something different than that, but the gold has to be hit on the backpack for this guy. Okay. It's been a long couple hours, but we're getting there. We are getting there. I would say painting these guys makes me appreciate painting normal Space Marines a little bit more. There's not a crazy amount on regular Space Marines to do. Okay. I'm almost done here. Almost done. Not too much more. I think it's always just that little bit here and there. Oh, I forgot the backside pauldron. We're so happy to be done with the trim on these guys. It's been like 2.5 hours of nothing but trim on 5 of these models. Probably more like 3. I did have 2 done before. These are the parts of the streams where I wish I had an extra person to chat to, but I can keep myself entertained. Okay. Is there anything? Oh yeah, there I'm missing a few spots. There's here. Little bit. I think kind of good there. I will eventually move to the guns and stuff, but I think for just doing the trim on these Marines, I think we're good. You, good sir, are the last one I need to do. But you do have the least amount of trim. How the fuck do you get that bolt pistol on your backpack? That is in such a weird spot. Well, personally, I do wish Ben did the hood cowl, but you know, that did look weird too. I probably would have done like a proper hood for this guy. I wonder if people have actually like customized these Master of Executioners to look different for each Chaos God. I mean, I'm sure there's a Khorne one. I think I've seen the model for the Khorne one. But I don't know if I've ever seen a Slaanesh one, or a Nurgle one, or a Tzeentch one. I'd be interested in seeing some of those. Okay. Oh yeah, you need your gold trim done. At least on the backpack, but no. Once I'm done this Master of Execution, I'm gonna do what I want to do. I want to do the contrast paint on the Master of Execution so bad right now to try and just have some extra color. I'm getting a little bit sick of looking at black and gold, but I feel bad. I felt like I've been so negative toward these models the whole time, but they're not bad models, not at all. It's just the detail on the model. GW did a good job adding a lot of detail to the models. It's just a lot to paint. So I'm curious how actual people that do Chaos Armies, keep going with it. Like, what's their strategy for painting all this stuff? We're just about there. Should send this to my friend once I got these guys finished for the night. Show him the progress that we got done. Shoot. I messed up there. Okay. There's one more marine I could do. I'm sick of doing this gold. We're going to move on to a different color. Get that to look where I want it to look. So now, what I'm going to do, and I think I'll just... It's only this guy I got to do it to. Maybe I'll do it to this guy. But I'm going to try using the snake bite leather on the skin cloak here. And use it as a basis for all the skin colors that's going to be on that cloak. It will be very dark, but I can line it up and go through from there. It is kind of like a weird sickly yellow color as well. So that works for cloak or skirt or whatever this piece of garment is. Should really make sure that's actually well shaken. There's a lot of paint on that, but I'm fine with it. Stitch line right there. Yeah, for where it's white, it actually is doing what I'm wanting it to do, and then it is like a little bit of a weird sickly brown yellow on the back. So I think that is kind of perfectly... It's not perfect for what I wanted it to do, but I think it's a good base to work up from. Is the main thing. Like, we got a good base color to build up on. So then we can go from like leather brown if I wanted to, really more going up to like the actual skin colors on the on this. Is it a cloak or is it like a skirt garment? I don't really know. Is there an actual name for that? In here as well. Nice. And I'll hit it there as well, because it looks like it's kind of bound up a little bit there. Okay, I like that. It's not too bad. I'll hold off on doing the wraps. That might be better in a different color. Is there any other parts or on these guys I want to do snakebite brown on? Or do I want to move over to the pauldrons? And they got the fur right there. Could do it there on that guy. He's got a bit of cloth. He's got the big cloak. This is the big guy. You got cloth, and belts. Okay. I think you'll be the only one that gets more snake bite because you got actual fur, and we can make that work. Could say it came from a beastman. His cloak that he's wearing. I'll let that be Ben's decision, but that'd be very chaosy. Just to take the fur from a, in quote, ally, or their skin, and just wear that instead. Okay. Clean off this brush and move over to the next thing. Now I'll actually get some colors down. I think I will do the Nurgle guy first. You're not the Nurgle guy, you're the Nurgle guy. Oh, I gotta get a better green. Nah, green dried up in this. Probably starting with a very dark green is not a good thing, but we'll be fine. We'll build up in brightness. It's a very nice green, actually. A very nice green. It's a good base for that piece right there. I think I might do his cloth cloak as well, maybe? Maybe each of the Chaos guys I do, besides the Pauldron, their little cloth cloak will be in the colors of the Chaos God they follow. Maybe a little bit of extra color and intrigue right there. I think that would work out really nicely. I do wonder, because I play Dark Angels, or a sub-faction of Dark Angels, if Ben will make any of these guys be the Fallen that I will then go and hunt. I think that'd be kind of fun. Definitely need to add some rust effects if this is the Miracle guy. He can't be too clean. But that is... that's one layer of green. Let's move up to the next one. Green skin. And then do I want to do Eternal Hunt or Wild Green? Okay, I'll use these next three greens and put away those. Okay. Perfect. Maybe I'll mix these all together a little bit. And I am using Army Painter paints. That's what I've stuck with mostly, but I'm also using a little bit of Citadel here and there. But mostly Army Painter. I haven't tried many other paints quite yet. I've just stuck with that one brand so far. But welcome to the stream there, Richie. I hope you're having a good evening. Oh, well, good morning then. I'm over here in the U.S., so it is currently almost 9 o'clock p.m. wise. But no, I hope you're having a good morning over there in Japan. You are the second person I've had tonight from Asia to pop into stream. So it's kind of exciting. Nearly 10 a.m. here, I bet. I do want to go visit Japan at some point. Like most white American boys, they want to go over to Japan and visit. But I will say, you got a beautiful country over there, Richie. You got a very beautiful country. Clean up and get this point looking real good. You a big fan of Warhammer? Or are you just more of a cruiser and walk around by? Oh, nice. Nice, yeah. I haven't been into Warhammer that long either. I've been it just over a year. I haven't played Killzone. I think Killzone's a part of Kill Team. But yeah, that's a good way of getting into Warhammer, is through that. Is there a certain faction that you've taken a liking to? Like for myself, I'm personally a fan of regular Space Marines, but... Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm just picturing... Yeah, my image of you is completely changed in my head, but I mean, that's awesome. I guess how is life over in Japan? Because, like I said, I do want to visit. It's an expensive trip to fly over there. I'm trying to make sure I get this green look kind of right. I don't know if I'm actually doing it any justice. Maybe I shouldn't have started with such a dark green and used a more lighter green and moved up to that. I'm just kind of going off of memory. I'm trying to make this look like a Nurgle pauldron. Or have this guy be a follower of Nurgle, but it almost looks too bright. Let me just catch what you said. Richie says, I'm still looking, to be honest. I get the kill team starter set, but waiting for the Hivestorm to arrive from the US. The English edition has sold out here. Ooh. Well, hopefully it comes to you soon. You also say, life is great at the moment. A bit hot, though. Hot and humid. Yeah. Yeah, I feel that. I'm on the east coast of the US, like the northern east coast, and we get very hot and humid as well. I've heard people say, oh, Kill Team is actually really popular in Japan. That's actually good to know. I haven't met many people here that play Kill Team. I'm getting into it as a way of getting my friends into it, because these aren't my models here. I'm more of a Space Marine fan, personally, but I was getting my friends, and I'm trying to get my friends into it. And one of the ways I did it was, hey, like, just pick one box of units, and we'll play, you know, Warhammer like that. Well, I completely forgot that Kill Team was a thing. So, wow, that actually looks really nice. I like that gold and green color a lot. Lost my train of thought. Nope. So, I got one friend into it. He decided he liked the way... No, I still need that one. He liked Chaos, so he picked the Black Legion as his army, and I'm painting that up. And he agreed upon it, and I'm doing each of these guys in one of the 4 Chaos Gods besides this guy and this guy. Richie also says GW is planning on opening 30 new shops over the next 5 years. Damn, that's a lot of stores in one country. I mean, I'm from the US and I'm sure there's a lot more, but in my region, there's only like one official Warhammer store. There's not like a lot. I've been to one in North Carolina though. That one was really good. Yeah, that is a crazy amount. I've heard they want to get into the Japanese market a lot more, or at least Warhammer does. I mean, that's kind of why they made the Tau, I guess, supposedly. Was trying to get like the Gundam fans. But I'd like to visit Japan, see the history, and check out maybe some of the Warhammer buildings they have there. I do want to go to the UK and check out the Warhammer Museum, like see like the actual Warhammer Museum. Imperial Knights, oh yeah, fair enough. Imperial Knights I bet are very popular there. I have an Imperial Knight. I have a Canis Rex that I need to build at some point. But I don't know. I need this side. I spent too much on Warhammer myself. I got a Space Marine army, a Guard army, a Custodes army, and a Tyranid army. 3 of those are all 1,000 points. One is over 2,000 points, maybe 3,000, I think. So I've spent a bit myself on it, but no, it's a fun hobby. But that's cool you're getting into it. It's good to know like there's a lot of people that are into it all over the world. It seems to have gone a lot more popular recently with all the new games and stuff being released about it. Here we go. Now this is starting to look a little more Nurgle-y to me. No, actually, I wasn't painting miniatures before Warhammer. So how I got into Warhammer is I learned about Warhammer lore videos and was watching from there. One channel I watch a lot is one called Izander and Coda. They do like little blips on certain sections in Warhammer. But I started watching their stuff, and then I knew, like, once I bought a mini... once I bought my first mini, I knew it was going to be downhill from there. So I tried for a long time not to. Went to a Warhammer store, bought myself a mini, and now it's been a year later, and I have 4 armies, not all complete. Reading what you said, I hear rumors that a Death Watch kill team might be in the Sears... Ooh, might be the first Sears faction. Oh, no, hold on. I hear rumors of a Deathwatch kill team that might be my first Series faction. The Deathwatch, I keep putting this down like I'm done with it. The Deathwatch is really cool. I actually have... I'm going to pull up the box. I don't know if it's the one being released, but I have a Deathwatch kill team. And I'll grab it real quick and I'll see if it's what you were thinking of. So at my local store, they sell this like for the big Warhammer one, but this is a Death Watch kill team, having all these unique minis and all that. They're still like in the old 40k style, but I bet if you got like a watch captain or something else, yeah, I think like a Death Watch captain or like a regular Space Marine captain, that would work well for that. So I don't know if that's the box you were talking about, or if there's another Warhammer box Death Watch coming out, which would be nice to get some upgraded models. I think that'd be very nice. Kind of messed up this brush a little bit. I should probably add like a little bit of brown to this guy as well to make it more Nurgle looking on some of these pauldron parts. Ooh, I don't know that channel. I'll have to look them up. Glass Half Dead channel. I will look that up. But yeah, I mean, I'd be down to grab myself a new Death Watch kill team, because I was going to make that into a Death Watch kill team for me, because they don't have one really. Nice, okay. I'm happy with the way this guy's turning out. I tried to get him looking... I think I gotta do some more on his helmet and stuff, but I wanted to get the pauldron and the cloth to look like Nurgle a little bit, and I think I got that. I'm trying to think anywhere else that might be like a good green color. I'm tempted to do the horn. I could do some of the spikes, but I want to do those in bone as well. I want to make those look... Thank you. I hope my friend likes it. I've spent earlier 2.5 hours doing all the gold trim on these guys. Not all in one stream. I did like this guy and another guy a stream before, because I got these guys painted up black and stuff, but it's been a long process of getting those guys to look like that. Okay, I have all those greens, but I don't have a lot of purples, to be fully honest. I only have 2 purple colors. And I haven't done before. I have Nagrath Knight and Spellbound Fuchsia. I think I'll do the Slaanesh guy next. And I'll try to get... I'm going to try mixing these 2 colors. So I sprayed all these models with a black primer first, and then some of these I sprayed with white primer, trying to do like a highlight style. This guy's a little bit better to show, so I sprayed with the white above because I don't really have an airbrush. I was trying to do like a light shadow effect. And I don't think it turned out too well on these guys. I got to do something different. But with all of the white guys, I then hit with a brush. And I did hit with a brush on the black here on a few spots. it's hard to tell, but I did a little bit of like another gray to show on the black armor that there is some light bouncing off it. I'll have to do a little bit more. But yeah, I did a little bit of spray and then a little bit of brush. I do have like a cheap $20 airbrush that I want to use, but I gotta spend more time kind of with it. Okay, I'm taking a little bit of this purple and I'm putting on a wet palette. This is a wet palette from Army Painter, but you can make your own wet palette with like a simple sponge or paper towel and then getting some of, not like wax paper, it's like parchment paper, but not like writing parchment, cooking parchment. And that's, and using like a piece of Tupperware or some other thing that you don't really need, you can make yourself a decent wet palette. And it does keep your paint wetter for longer, and does help with like trying to thin your paints and stuff. It's been a very big help for me, at least, when doing this. So I think I'm going to be doing a lot of mixing between this purple and the fuchsia color to get what I'm looking for. I think it's going to turn out good. Yeah, I mean, no worries. I'm happy to give any painting advice I can. Even though I haven't been doing it for long, any little bit of advice I can give to somebody to help them along, it's what I'm here for. Or it makes me happy. I mean, I'm also on here to like slowly improve my painting over time and have a visual record of that. I will admit I have come a long way. These guys aren't my best work. I say that just because of the trim. But it has been a fun process doing these guys. That's a good question. I took time to watch videos before I started painting to kind of learn stuff. Being put on the spot like this, it's kind of difficult for me to say that on like what I would consider like a first time doing all that. So another tip that I kind of do, and I do this in my mind's eye, but I have a physical way of showing it as well. I have 2 desk lamps at my desk to give me light, but I like to think where the light's actually coming from. So I take one of my lamps and I'll shut one off and leave one on, and this helps me picture where the shadows actually are and the highlights are going to be on a model. That is one thing that I've done for myself, although I can picture it in my head just easily enough. Some people can't, so showing that. You know, also being okay to buy the more expensive brush. Don't go out there and spend like $50 on one brush, but like, you know, for a long time, I was scared to use an Army Painter brush because it was like $6 to go and buy. But after using one, it was a big difference. This one has seen better days. Like a actually good tipped brush. Like that's what a proper one's supposed to look like with a little bit of use. This one, it is a big change. And being willing to try different ways of painting too. Like I've done the spray method, but I've also done dry brushing. Sometimes I use contrast paint, sometimes I don't. Um, I'll use a contrast paint in the beginning of a thing. So, like with this guy, this Master of Execution, his cloak is hit with a is hit with this contrast paint, snakebite leather, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the different browns I have and work my way up in skin tone. So this is my base layer, and then I'm just going to build up from there. So like, try different methods, see what works for you, see what doesn't. I know a lot of people want to get painting done quick and then get out on the table, which there's nothing wrong with that if you want to be like that, but also don't. Some people want to take a long time painting their models, and you don't have to take a long time unless you want to. Some people like to be a lot quicker, and it's fully up to the person. I've had to tell myself to not be so perfectionist, because I do play on the tabletop. I could spend a long time painting one mini, and I used to do that. I used to spend like a full week, 2 to like 4 hours, a paint session, working on one mini. And in the end, I'd get burnt out by it in the end, and I feel like I get nothing done, but I did a whole mini like within a week, making it to this really high specification. And I didn't have to do that. I had to learn like it's okay to tone down a little bit. So I don't know if that helps in any sort of way. It was a lot of runaround answers, I guess, but to simplify it, don't be afraid to get yourself a better tool if you can. Don't be afraid to experiment, and it's okay to like not take all your time on a model. We're here to have fun and play with these models. We're not here to sit at our desk the whole time and just paint, unless you like painting, but these are also a part of the game, and we like playing this game. Okay, I think that purple's good. We're then going to take this Spellbound Fuchsia, and I'm going to mix it with the purple and slowly build up until I get a little bit to this pink. Probably not as pink, or I guess magenta, but yeah, I mean that's a fair way of looking at it. I was scared and stressed out as well when I first started, and keep in mind your first mini you paint isn't going to be good, and that's okay. It's okay that it's not going to be perfect the first time. That's why you practice and you paint a bunch of stuff, and just keep going that way. Yeah, I definitely don't know the availability of paints in Japan and all that, but I'm sure things getting shipped over, if you order online, should be fine. At least I'm assuming so. Or if there's like a local model shop that's not just Warhammer, but other model stuff, or like a game store where people play D&D and stuff like that, they might sell other kinds of paints than just Citadel. And like for myself, I don't go to a Warhammer store and buy all my stuff. I go to a game store that's 30 minutes away from my place. The closest Warhammer store is an hour away. So I go to those places that are closer, and they have a more selection, at least where I'm from. But yeah, use whatever you like. There is plenty of different options to use. Okay. I'm liking how this is turning out. Not the best at wet blending. I really haven't done any wet blending yet. All my paint dries out way before I even get to wet blend. It's definitely something I want to try. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is all coming together. Every little layer is building up and making something that looks, to me, that looks amazing. Yes, I have seen a massive improvement. So, bear with me for a second. I'll try to find the first model I ever painted, and I'll grab the model that taught me the most to get better at painting, and then I'll show like one of my most recent ones I got done. Okay, so this model right here, that sniper, was one of the first, or is the first unit box I bought. I bought a box of snipers as my first set of minis. And I painted this guy with nothing but craft store paints. Because I thought that I would save money in the long run buying craft store paints, and that's all that I would use to paint with. I learned a lot after the fact. Like, there's a reason why the paints look the way they do. So this was the very first one I've ever painted. I do want to repaint him at some point, but I also know that some people say don't do that because then you have nothing you can, you can't look back on it. So that's the first one I ever painted. When I was saying I spent a whole week doing like 2 to 4 hours a day painting a model, this is that model that I did. And that was 4 months from doing this guy, I think. And I could have been a... He's not perfect, but he was definitely an improvement. The model that made me improve the most, back in February of this year, I got invited to do an art competition on Instagram by Warren Hammer. Thank you, Dorzo. Yeah, I wanted to try doing a lava base. This is the scheme for like the salamanders I want to do. So I got invited to, as I was saying, a Warhammer competition back in February. It ended this June. I have no idea where I stand with it right now or not. But this diorama right here is what taught me the most in painting and where I saw the most improvement. All this is magnetized. This isn't attached, but these guys are magnetized, so I'm not worried about them falling. And he's magnetized. This model I spent the most time on, and I had to learn how to edge highlight and do so much new stuff that I was like, God damn, I've actually improved quite a bit. This is an over the year mark. I would say, and I have right here one that I'm like, that's a part of my custom kill team for Space Marines. This is another captain I did. These are both captains. This is a captain with a power shield, or like with a relic shield and all that. These guys have like a couple, maybe less than a month apart from each other, and just like from each other. He's not as detailed as this guy, but the skills and stuff I learned from this guy went into doing this guy. And those same skills went into doing all what I'm currently doing. Oh, Dorzo, you're not the only one. So Dorzo says, I'm not going to lie, what started with 2 armies has now turned into 4, and then it's become a problem. Dude, you're talking to me that has 4 armies. I bought the Necron kill team today because I finished the Necron book, and I wanted to buy some Necron models. So you are in fair company. But yeah, so that's kind of the line of improvement I have there, from beginning, middle, kind of current to current. I'm going to set these guys to the side. And I'm very happy. Very happy with everything I have. Ow. Fair enough. I want to do these narrative campaigns as well. I haven't been able to do a narrative campaign for Warhammer at all yet. I want to do one in Kill Team, which, by the way, this model, and I'm working on this one. I'm redoing it because I decided I liked something better. So these 2 models are part of my custom Kill Team. I play a successor chapter of Dark Angels. It's a homebrew chapter called the Seraphim of the Abyss. I found it on like warhammerhomebrew.com. And I went through and kind of made these guys. I know I shouldn't repaint, but I also don't want to spend money on models that I can use again. Jake, I would be happy to listen to your ramblings on Warhammer stuff. Okay, you're just kind of going. But no, I thought I was finished with this Inner Circle guy, and I'm repainting him now to have a green cloak because I think the green will look better. But okay, what is Jake saying? I'm trying to sort out how to make a version of Earth a good while into the future where Earth is shattered and crumbled into ruined remains, and is essentially a semi-fantasy world. Ooh. Honestly, I have thought of something similar, but I don't know if it would work in the same way. With that being said, I'm going to get back to painting. Um, do you... I mean, I know in Warhammer, they've had robots that actually shattered planets. Do you want... Nothing to do with Warhammer, to be honest. Just my dumbass trying to create something. I mean, that's fair. I mean, I'm saying like a Warhammer thing out loud here. During the Age of Strife, humans made machines that could just shatter planets and all that stuff. So, do you want it to be a fantasy thing that a spell went wrong and shattered a planet? Do you want it to be a robotic thing? Do you want to say an asteroid hit the Earth and somehow we were able to make a couple bunkers on big enough chunks that stay together? That's not a bad idea. Could always say it was an asteroid that had magic in it, and then where a big enough chunk kind of landed after the devastation of the planet cracking, that's what is giving everyone magic. Okay, I'm going to keep painting. For those that kind of missed it, I got the Nurgle guy's pauldron, and I decided to also do a little bit of cloth on the front of each of them to look like the god they worship as well. Although I'm doing fur on the front of this guy because he's got fur, but I might do that as red. Under other hobbies in Discord, I posted my Gut Space Marine I Pride. Oh, that's cool. Okay. So, for those that don't know, I have a Discord that's free to join for people to post whatever hobby stuff they have. And Dorzo just said here that under other hobbies in the Discord, he posted a Gut Space Marine that he just primed. I'm going to look at that real quick. And that's cool. I like that. It's funny you mention that because I actually saw today someone actually made a Guts Space Marine as well. They made the like Dragon Slayer sword look like a chainsword. Oh, you're gonna put him in a narrative campaign? That's cool. I wonder, would Guts be a part of Grey Knights or be a part of like his own branch of Space Marine? Probably his own branch, but I'd also put him in like the Doomslayer. Like if the Doomslayer and Guts were a part of the same Space Marine group, that's what I would do. Oh, you made him a Blood Angel for the Black Rage. You know what? Fair enough. That is a good mix right there. That is a good mix. I like that. Okay. I just did a little bit more mixing between the pink and the purple. We're going to add that in as well. I will admit, I got the idea for doing the different colored Pauldron Space Marines from the Trader Guardsmen I have as a kill team that I need to build for this same friend. Because I wanted to do each of the Guardsmen worshiping... I'm starting to get a tongue twister. I wanted them to also be worshiping the different 4 gods as well. Not just one. Which I thought would be a fun, like, little kind of thing to do. And maybe thematically it could be like, oh yeah, like this faction of the Black Legion do worship each of the 4 Chaos Gods, or at least each of the Marines worship them differently, and it's traveled down to like the captives and stuff that they have. So, all different ideas. Okay, now we're gonna mix a little bit more in. Get a little bit pinker. I don't know if... So if I was over here, this is the pink that I'm mixing this Naggaroth Night with. And I don't know if I should go up to that level pink on the model, or if I should leave it still kind of purple looking. Because I don't remember what the... I'm going off of memory on what each of the Legion's color look like. I might mix the colors together a little bit more, one more time, and then that would be the final color. Okay. This is... I kind of like this effect I've done. Okay. That is... this guy, I think, done. Now, the next easiest one I can do is blue, because I have so many different blue colors for Tzeentch. The one color I don't really have a lot of is red. I have Blood for the Blood God red, and I have Army Painter red, but my Army Painter red is gone bad and chunky. So it's hard to do a proper red color, I think. But I kind of want to try doing the Khorne guy. Can I mix Blood for the Blood God with this red and get a good color? I wonder. Trying to shake up this Blood for the Blood God. I know it's still technically a technical paint more, but if I can get this good color combo, I don't know. I'll show you if you can see it. I'll put it on the wet pad or the wet palette to show, like, that's very watery because I add water to that. I'll try mixing it with a technical paint, see what happens. I know there's too much red on there right now. God, that just absorbed into that color, huh? Let's get these two mixed. They're not even mixing that well. It's kind of doing something, not really though. I want to take some of that purple and see if I can tone down that red. No, because I've not really ever mixed my paints before. I've just started to now. I've also not really bought many different brands of paints before. I want to try like Vallejo and other types as well. What happened here is I have some paints that sat so long that they get chunky on the inside and kind of went bad. But I don't use red really ever. So I don't want to throw it away because only few times I do use red is for purity seals. That's kind of where that stands, but that's just becoming... Yeah, that's a very dark red-ish. And then I can add the technical paint on top of it. It's going to be so watery. A wet palette is supposed to help you thin your paint slightly. So it's a sponge and like a piece of paper with water in it to help keep your paint wet longer, is all it is. You can thin it out on the wet palette to get it thin enough to be a glaze, so you could then glaze on the different colored paints and stuff. Like currently right now, I think what I have... it's not a glaze yet, but... Yeah, I mean, if you have it, I don't think it would hurt to not... I don't think it would hurt to use it, is what I would say. Like, if you want to try it out, see how you feel about it. I had a problem for a long time with my paints drying out super fast on me. This is super watery right now. And is going to be a pain. Yeah, there's too much paint on my brush as well. Yeah, it's just meant to keep your paint like a lot more drier. You can make one yourself really easily as well. And I would almost recommend that more than buying one to just start out, see if you like it. But if you have one already, then go for it. Yeah, so... because this is so thin, it's not doing like I hoped. So you have to work up as a glaze very slowly. I'm going to try adding this on top of the third here. See if it'll mix in with the brown kind of relatively okay. I don't think it will. I think I just might have messed up. I'm kind of getting the brown to pop through a little bit, but the red is too... I'm 50-50 on it. I'm like, I don't know if it looks okay, but I'm also like, yeah, it's semi-okay. See from here. I don't know what I can... I might have to let this dry and go back to it because the paint is just that meh. I can move over to the Zinch guy. Just gonna turn them like that so that I can see, are these still good or are they to the point? Yeah, those got really it's been like a few days since I've last painted, so some of the paints I have in here are like tacky, but not paintable. Tzeentch is like a regal to... I think these are two colors I'm going to use for Tzeentch. Because I think he's very like Azora. He's very light blue and brass. So I think this will be the darkest blue and this will be the lightest blue. I am excited. I haven't used the turquoise in a while. So, I will say this here. I hope my buddy likes it. I think he will. I like it. I think he'll like it. If people in chat like it, I'm pretty sure he will. Thank you. Yeah, I feel like I did a good job as well. But I do get self-conscious about it on how I do and all that. Although, okay, the only reason why I'm doing the blue is because the Rubric Marine, and it's for Tzeentch. But normally the Thousand Suns are red, right? There's 3 Chaos armies that are red. You got the Word Bearers, you got the World Eaters, and you got the Thousand Suns. The only ones that are blue are the Rubric Marines. I think that's... But because it's Tzeentch, I think it has to be blue. But he's also changed our ways, and things can change. But I really don't want to mess with the red again. I kind of like the idea of purple, green, red, and blue. Well, I wonder if these 4 bicker so much. Like, I'm thinking these 4 chosen bicker all the time about their god. That is such a blue. I love it. I use this blue as an edge highlight for my guys. And I think it's like one of my favorite blues. I'm a fan of navy blue in general, or sapphire blue. And this is very close to that sapphire blue color. Come on, mix together for me. Mix. There we go. There we go. If he gets another set of chosen, I'll do it in the other Chaos Marines. So these chosen worship the 4 gods. I think it's 3 other Chaos Marines. It's Iron Warriors, Word Bearers, and Night Lords. And then obviously the Black Legion. The Black Legion's like a combination in my mind of all of them. God, it made it look regal blue even look duller. That is impressive. Yeah, I'm going to do his belt in blue as well. As much as that was going to be brown, I wanted each of their waist pieces to be the color they're worshipping as well. That is turning out pretty nice. I'm pretty happy with that so far. I almost have to convince myself at the end of the day. I'm going to finish the World Eater's Pauldron, and that's what I'll call it a night. I know that paint is dried by now. And I will probably do it differently than what I was. Last blue color and then we're good. That is the actual color. Yeah. It's still wet enough that I can actually kind of blend it together. Nice. I can bring that blue out a little bit more. Okay. My lord. That, I'm so glad I did that. That makes me happy as hell. I gotta work on this guy because he's a little bit more work, but you can't see from your angle you're at. I will tilt it up. Okay, I'll show chat in a sec. Or I'll show chat now. These. We gotta work on this guy. But those shoulder pads are exactly what I was thinking. And then doing the front area. The belts, it didn't turn out too well on the belts, but on the front, you got the Nurgle green, We got the Slaanesh. We got the Tzeentch. Now we just gotta work on the Khorne. I think we got a good base for the Khorne, but I'm gonna change and not use the red I have. Do I even have a red? I don't think I even have another red. I mean, I have Decayed Metal, but that's not really what I need. I can use the Blood for the Blood God, Technical Paint. Yeah. We'll use that on the Khorne guy. They like blood anyways, so this will be perfect for them. A very dark red is more of like a word bearer color. But I think if I go to my game store again tomorrow, which I don't think I will, but if I did, I'm grabbing another red. And I'll be using red a lot more in my builds than what I previously was doing. Let's just add a little bit here and there. Okay. We made good progress. We've made actually amazing progress in my mind. God, I'm having like deja vu all of a sudden. Like I've been in this position before. Like, did I have a dream that I was painting these guys at this moment? Has the warp been affecting my mind all along? But yeah. The red's not where I want it to be. The Blood for the Blood God's a little too... It's meant to be a blood effect. It's not meant to be a covering paint like I'm trying to make it be. I need to get a proper red and go from there. Oh, I wonder. I want to test something. Oh. Can I get that red in that eye? Yes, I can. That looks so nice. So the paint's just thin enough that the gold shines through and adds a nice little red eye to it. Ooh, we're going to do that. I'm going to do that also on his chest here. It's not perfect. Far from it, really, but... This just means I have to go buy an actual red paint for these guys. But I feel good about this. We made some awesome progress. And you guys have been a phenomenal crowd to entertain, and you have entertained me just as well back. But yeah, let's just go over again what we got done. We got all the trim done on all these models. I went through, added Snakebite contrast paint onto this guy's cloak and his holster. This is a nice like sickly brownish color. And I am going to up the layers of skin on this guy. We went through and added the 4 Chaos God colors to the models. Started with this guy. We got our Nurgle. He's a little too bright and clean for Nurgle. Almost fine with that. We got Slaanesh. We got Tzeentch. Zinch is like the brightest blue I have ever seen on this guy. Corn, I need to actually get a red paint for Corn. Because Blood for the Blood God doesn't do the same effect as the rest. Or as the paint. But that's all that. I hope you all enjoy your night or morning wherever it is. And I want you to remember. Or I want you to go out there and make something awesome. No, I'm messing up my own end thing. God damn it. I want you to go out there and make something... God, what am I trying to say? I'm so tired. I am so tired at this point. Oh, okay. I want everyone to go out there and make something awesome. I know you will.